Hey everyone, welcome to the second part of the Trident stream. After I think valiant 9-hour and 46-minute effort in the first part, I didn't quite get it done, so we're gonna finish it up today. So, how's everyone doing? Hi Martin. Low Tech Greg, I see your message. Hopefully you can join us. Otherwise, hi when you watch this. Hey, Peacemaker. So, I did a couple of things off stream. I repaired the extruder stepper wires that I had spliced together with solder before. Right after, I think the next morning of the stream, I found a whole box of JST connectors and terminals. So, hey Beartastic, hey Squirrel. So I got that repaired. I figured I didn't need to take time on stream to do it, so it's crimped on there and still has enough room to reach the connector. I also did some design work on the front display. The Big Tree Tech display has a slightly different connector location on the back, so I made it larger to accommodate both the phasetic and this. Hey Sanity. Then I put some little dots basically on near the connectors to kind of distinguish between EXP1 and EXP2. I'll show you that if we get a good view of it when I turn this over. So, hey Mo. So yeah, I wasn't happy with having to do that to the extruder wires, but I found a box that had 300 terminals in it, so I got a while before I run out again. I had bought a DuPont connector crimper that came with a box of DuPont connectors and happened to also come with some JST stuff. I'm not sure if I like the crimper. I bought this several weeks ago, trying to find something that works better for DuPont stuff, but it was in a pile of stuff, and so I'm glad to have those. So we have quite a bit to go through. I think the first thing I'm going to do is kind of cover a couple little things I missed. One of which I didn't put the heat sinks on the controller board. So we're going to do that. I'm going to set these out here so I don't forget. The controller came with an SD card. They don't all anymore. I think Big Tree Tech has started not including those. And then the SD card that LDO included for the Pi. So we got a few things. I'm going to go through my wiring one last time before I power things up. Hey Dom, see you later. Hi Kai, Jan, and Kevin. Last time we were in the build, I checked AC power for both the 24 volt supply and the 5 volt supply, so those are good. I should be okay powering things up, but I want to confirm, double check. I probably need to hop to the other computer and grab a base config, because I think I forgot to copy that over. I copied over a Prusa slicer profile, so hopefully we can get a print going later. So, yeah. So let's turn this thing over, get a different camera angle, and look what we have going on and where we're going to get started. I'm hoping that we can get all this done even at a reasonably relaxed pace. So, let's see here. I'm going to get my coffee. Still early enough for coffee, I think. Okay. So, LDO includes a pretty long ribbon cables for the display, and I found out this is because these are the same ones that are included with Prusa, the Mark III. So if they can reduce their part count, I'm sure it's good for them. So I put some of the little 30-30 clips in the extrusion slots, and we're going to tie the cables to that to kind of manage it going around to this point. Hi Ben. You know, I mean, I like coffee, But at a certain point, and it's probably sometime in the afternoon, at a certain point it does affect my sleep, so I'm just going to loosely tie these and see how they fall. Before I do that and get in the way, I'm going to put these heat sinks on before I forget. So let's see if we can get a little better view here. So on the SKR Mini E3 Mini, whatever. Hey DC. The stepper drivers are here next to the connectors, and that is probably, let's see if I can get it better. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 stepper drivers, and that camera's going crazy. But I'm just gonna throw those on real quick. Hey Ken, this is pretty much exactly the way that LDO's wiring guide says to run it, with these little wire channels. It tends to hide stuff pretty good. I'm happy with it. I don't know that I would do anything significantly different if I was building it from scratch. So, just so I can see well. And here I get these guys on. I'm going to start on the other end actually. I'm kind of surprised at how off I was on the estimate for how long this would take. I think we had a lot of good chatter in the last stream, so I'm happy with it. So I don't mind this extending to 2 streams and get it finished off today. Let's see. Kanawati, the LCD adapter, are you talking about this guy? That is going to be coming, that or a version of it. This is not the first iteration of the kit, but it may not be the final. That will be coming with the kit, and LDO tends to sell some of the parts of their kit separate. I don't know if that'll be one of them. You can ask them in their channel. Jason and Dave are pretty responsive. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Bear. I'll get some. We'll just pick up where we left off. If you guys have a preference, I'm just going to do the EDM again that we did the last part of the stream last time. But Stream Beats is where I've been going, just to make sure I don't get any copyright issues. So that should be going. If you can't hear it, let me know. Hey, Chris. Oh, thanks, Mo. I got it. I'll try to remember that. Yeah, at this point, I'm not trying to finish it. And really, I didn't want to rush last week either. I wanted it to happen as it needed to, and I actually expected, even with that, to have it done. Embarrassingly, I thought it was going to be about 7 hours, with enclosure and all. So I was way off. So. Hey Zenbender, you're building a Trident with an LGX. Special SDL you need to look for using the MGN12 rails. If you're using an LGX, if it's not out there somewhere, DM me on Discord. I need to get the adapter that I tweaked. It's Nemgria's adapter. I fused it into one piece and then made a couple of adjustments. in a couple areas, mostly so it clears the MGN12 screws, and then kind of conforms to the side of the parts a little differently. If you DM me on Discord, I can send you that STL. I need to share it generally. I haven't, because I'm really stuck with a good cable wire cover and cable chain mount solution. The one I used on my Trident is requires some odd shapes or odd length screws. So, but if it messes me, I'll send you what I have. A little lower on the music. Let's try that. Let me know how that is, DC. Hey John, welcome to the stream. Hey Mo, I did look at the keyback. I didn't look at it too close. I have been pretty busy with a few different projects, but I haven't forgotten about it. So, okay. I am going to do a quick polarity check, that kind of thing. Right off the bat, I see the polarity marked on the fans is backwards, and is that because I might have plugged these in backwards? So let's pull these off. So here we've got the red wire on that direction. It should be over here according to the silk screen on the board. So those are pigtails. I need to see if I had. Let's go over here. This is the little breakout board. Oh, well that's fun. It pulled the little thing off the. So let me see. There is no way that these are correct. Let's see if they're backwards on both sides. Let me put this back in place. Find my tweezers. So I don't know if you saw where that came from, but the housing for the JST connector came off. It went right back there. So is this backwards on both sides is the question. I can't really tell. I didn't notice this before. Let's see if I can get in there and get a little better look. I'm going to pull that connector back off. Oop. It looks like yeah, I believe it's backwards on both sides. Just looking at the trace on the board, I believe it's backwards on both sides. So that'll be in my notes. What's the consequence here? Will it burn out the fan if I hook it up backwards? If I'm wrong? What do you guys think? Yeah, just following this along with that 14-pin connector. Let's see what I got here on the. Let me take the wire cover off and see what I can get to. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let's do some continuity testing. Okay. Hey, Andrew. Oh, I normally, yeah, I don't have a better way. Oh, I might. Hold on. I forgot one light. Let's see if that helps once we get back there. So I am going to probe. I wonder if these are even, well, anyway, I'm going to probe this through from the connector on the fan. So I don't think there's a great way for me to get you guys a view on this, so I'm going to just go through and test it, and then let's see where we go from there. See if I can get a probe in on the fan. So we're going to go the part cooling fan first. If I can get this in there, and there we are. So that should be the positive wire, and when this is plugged in, okay, so nearest I can figure, these are backwards on both ends, so it's just the wire color that's backwards. I'll confirm with the other fan. Yep. Yeah. So I'm certain now that it's the wire colors on the pigtail that are backwards. So let me, because this is going to be a while and I don't want to forget that, I'm going to take a quick note. Okay. Ken, how's it going? Besides the heated bed, how many parts can you reuse from the Prusa Mark 3S? I saw the probe is an all-around now, and the controller is different since the Prusa uses an 8-bit board. So, when I built my first Switchwire, I used a Mark III, Prusa Mark III. You can use the probe because there's an adapter I modeled called the pinion. It's pinion.stl. That will adapt the 8mm inductive probe that Prusa uses to the spot on the tool head here. You can use the hot end. I mean, you could use the E3D V6 that it comes with. You can use a controller. It works just fine. You can run Clipper on it. You can use the power supply. I use the power supply, and these extra holes in the mount here, this extra hole is for that power supply because it's a little narrower than the main well. You can use the steppers, although you need a new stepper for your extruder. Unless you go Bowden, then you could use the Prusa stepper on a M4. Yeah, those are, and you can use the display. There's a 2004 display housing that RCF made for me because I wanted to use it. So, anyway, let me get this hooked back up. Have a fairly high degree of confidence that it's just the wire colors on the little pigtails are backwards. So we're gonna go with it, and I'm gonna continue my check on the rest of the wires. So let's get this stuff in there. This is the hot end fan, cooling fan. I hope we can just put this guy on. And that will be okay. So, assuming that those are okay, we got probe. Let's bring up the new page, and we're going to go to the BTT E3 Mini GitHub. And then we're going to go to hardware. And we're going to go to the 2.0. That's what we're using. And the hardware, and then the pin.pdf. So this should be a go-to document for confirming pinout and configuration pins. All these PC, what else? PB, those are all PD. Those are all the pin numbers that you use in the Clipper config. Good morning, Tony. So I wanted to check here. We're going to the Z-stop, and the signal pin is the one on the right, and that's what it's going into. And that's what I wanted to confirm here, is that this pin here was in the right port, just to make sure things aren't mixed up. The end stops. Oh, that's what I have to do. What do we do for I'm using sensorless homing for Y, but an end stop for X. So I need to turn on the Y stepper. So I need to turn on the diag pin for the Y stepper. And I also, that reminds me, something I missed in the build is they included the stepper wire labels, similar to what you may have seen on like the Ender 3 or other Creality printers. I don't know what other ones come with, but LDO included these little wire markers that I didn't put on. So I'll trace the Y stepper, and it plugs right into Y. So then we need, out of the controller box, a jumper. Just need one. And it should be able to just set it right here on this. Right here is a jumper called Y diag. So I should just be able to jump that, and that should set us up for, instead of an end stop being plugged in down here, we jumper that, and it uses the stall guard something on the TMC driver for sensorless homing on Y. Have fun, Chris. I hear the Prusa Mini is awesome. I was tempted to buy one, but I couldn't justify it ages ago. Now I have 3 V0s, so there's really no reason to buy one. No, they still get the, you don't enable the diag port unless you're using the a sensorless homing. You still get the status from them through the, I think through the UART connection. So I am going to put these little wire labels on while I'm under here. See how hard it is to do. So we got X motor. So, like that. Slip over the wires pretty easily. We got Y. Picked up the right one every time so far. Okay. Anything else? So we've got the correct polarity on our main power. Now with this toolhead board setup with the Hart toolhead PCB and then this companion board under here, the polarity of the extruder is important. So that is running to the right spot on both sides. Polarity of the heat bed is important only because there's an LED on it that lights up when it's heating. End stop doesn't matter, and the thermistors don't matter. And it gets a power plug. I think it gets power from here, from the power detection. What is that? If we go to, no, that's a signal. Oh, PC12. Okay, so yeah, if I would have turned the label there. So PC12 right here, that's where it's getting signal for the LEDs. So for the case LEDs that we're going to install. And then, okay. I think we're okay. Oh, that came off. Hopefully that's not a sign of that falling off again. Maybe I hit it when I was putting that plug back in. Thanks, Mo. Thanks, Super Smash. I noticed it. Okay. Let's set up the Pi and flash the firmware and see if we can get it up. Get it up and running. So I'm going to leave this. Oh, well, I'm bouncing around a little bit, but let's get this crap out of the way. I condensed all my stuff into a couple of boxes, so I might be digging a little bit today. But that's okay. Zip ties. It came with plenty of zip ties. Okay. Let's see what kind of view we can get. I'm going to start down here, I think. We're just going to loosely, we may end up cutting these zip ties a few times. I know someone else may have suggested an alternate route, but I think I'm just going to try to, I've already put these clips in, and they're pretty tight. I think if I just do like that, it's gonna, and I can pull some slack down here, and it'll be out of the way. don't want to get too much in the way of that fan. I think we're okay. One more. Oh, well, that zip tie failed. These thin zip ties. One more. I think that's probably reasonable. Still have, yeah, we have music. Let's see if I can turn my volume up. I can't hear it. Where did my mouse go? Okay. What do we have? Hey, NearQ. How's it going? Okay, let's switch gears and get the software set up. Oh, while we're under here, let me show see if you can see it. Oh, you won't be able to. So, a couple of things. The screws on the back here, I made them recessed, so they're under flush with the back cover. And then this opening here, I made a little larger so it would work in both the big tree tack and the physetic opening. And then on the other side of here, maybe I need to put them here too. I'm gonna put them on both sides. There's a dot here and then 2 dots here for EXP1 and EXP2. The black cable on the right of the SKR. Oh, this one? That is the USB cable to the... And I can put it through here. I didn't send it through there. Probably not a bad idea. It's not gonna hurt. There you go. Better? There you go, Sanity. So, Super Smash, the Big Tree Tech display has a much longer encoder, so the knob sticks out. It is a little, I think, I haven't looked, so we're gonna, I guess we'll find out. That's on there good. It probably doesn't. It probably is going to show the backlight bleed through there. But the whole display on this would have to get thicker in order to close that gap. So, okay, let's play with software. Let's start with the card for the Pi. Right through it. Clean up my mess. So we're going to plug the card in. This is a 16 gig card. Plug it in. We're going to go to the... We're going to do mainsail on this. And... let's see. Okay, so at the mainsail, docs.mainsail.xyz, there are setup guides, and I'm going to install via mainsail OS, and there are instructions here. I'm going to use the Balena etcher method, only because that's what I've always done, and it's not a big deal to set up. Hey, Hymnus. Mo, that's absolutely right. Probably the easiest solution is to print a new knob. The problem is that the backlight is supposed to reflect through the knob, so I don't know. It might not look as cool. So, I've already downloaded the mainsail. If you go, I think if you go to the manual here and... Where's the link? There's a link to the... Try to go on here. There we go. If you go to the Balena and then download the latest mainsail release, it'll take you to Ray's GitHub, where he maintains this. Last updated at the end of August. So I've already downloaded that. So let's go back, and then we would download and start up Balena etcher, and then choose your file, and I'd already done that. Now I'm gonna, it detected the 16 gig card I put in, so then we're just gonna flash. And I've gotta, there we go. Something went wrong. It is a compressed image. Please check the archive is not corrupted. Oh, I haven't done this before. Huh. Okay. Let's do this then. I don't know if this matters. Go to downloads. Let's extract this. Let's just extract it here. I think it's just one file. It's extracting. That's a big file. I'm sure it is, Bear. The instructions are step by step out there. Every setup I've done, I've used Balena. I don't necessarily, I guess I don't recommend you necessarily following this exact process, but this is, let's try that. This is just the way I've done it. It's not necessarily the right way to do it. Why is this doing this? Command line. Okay, well let's teach me something here. I also have another version of Balena etcher on the other computer. This is called Portable, which kind of threw me for a little loop. So let's go, where are we at? Let's go to Raspberry Pi Imager, and we're going to download and install the Raspberry Pi imager. Download. Open. Oops. And we're going to install this. We might as well use the mainsail recommended way. We're going through the install. Finish. Control-Shift-X part. What is that? Is that listed on? So let's go back here. Let's go back. And flashing. When opening, you will be presented with the following. Select Choose OS. Select Use Custom and navigate to the mainsail OS you downloaded. Choose the storage. Okay. It may be a different version of Balena I'm using. Maybe the new one has a problem. Use custom. And we're going to pick our... that. We're going to choose the storage. And write. Yes. Okay, so that's writing. So let's go back here. Aha, here's where they mention it. So, hostname, Wi-Fi, and language can now be scrolled through and pre-configured in a hidden setup menu opened by pressing Control-Shift-X. Okay. So we will do that as soon as this finishes. What? You have to do it before you write. That's not what it says on the instructions. Oh. Oops. You're right. You're right. I missed it. Let's let this... I'm just going to cancel the verify. And I think we need to move the card and put it back in. That's okay. Every mistake I make, hopefully everybody learns from. So if I choose storage and I hit Control-Shift-X, right? There we are. We're gonna, oh, well, this is nice. We're gonna call this Switchwire Red.local. Is the underscore a valid character? I think so. I want to enable, and I don't know if this is gonna show anything, so I'm gonna move it off to a save. Oops. Okay, back here. Now we can write. Exactly, Andrew. All my mistakes are intentional, right? Right. Okay, do that again. With this finished, what do we got? Oh. So I want to try this week. I want to do what I'm going to call a quick build. A midweek, about an hour stream. I want to take the red V0 here to my workplace and just have it there. So I want to put a V0 display on it. So all the flashing firmware and configuration for that I'm going to do. I think it's probably about an hour is what it'll take. So maybe Tuesday. If not Tuesday, then Wednesday. Yeah, that's good to know, Bear. Is the Mickey? Is the Voron software ready for Clipper 0.1? Has large problems with my Prusa config. So very recently, Clipper did away with the rotation distance as a means of setting up your stepper configs. It's a pretty, I feel like it's a pretty intuitive change. If you go to, while we're waiting for this to verify, if you go to the Clipper documentation, there's a whole section in here on, where is it, on rotation distance? Here it is. So if you go here on rotation distance, this tells you how to set it up. And what you're going to be replacing is that, you're going to be replacing rotation distance to the this other, where you set your I'm getting confused here. Anyway, where you set it up via the size of your pulley, the pitch of the belt, the type of stepper. We'll go through it in the config, and it'll make more sense, I think. Is that what you're asking, Mickey? Mikey? Mick? Yeah, we'll go through all that. Almost done verifying. That's it. That's what I was trying to think of. Thanks, DC. Oh yeah, I recognized you, Andrew. Your avatar icon gives it away. Okay. So let's go ahead and close this. And where were the advanced options? Where did I miss that? Configuring Wi-Fi and stuff. Oh, I didn't scroll down. Okay, well, let's do this the fun way. Let's go. So I put the drive back in. Let's go to the boot drive. And down here is going to be a mainsail OS WPA supplicant. If you edit this, and you don't want to edit with Notepad, you want to, not regular Notepad, you want to use like Notepad++ or something. And you go down to the WPA setup here. So you put your SSID and your network password here, and you remove the the hashtags at the beginning to uncomment those. And that's it. And then save. So I'm not going to do this on that screen because it's going to have my password. It's in plain text at this point. You leave the quotes in though. So I know you can't see what I'm doing, but let me do this real quick. And then I change the country down the bottom just by, I don't know if it's important or what it actually affects. I change it from United Kingdom to United States. And then save. And I'm having a hard time with this mouse. Might be the Surface. There we are. So I edited that file with those few things, uncommenting them. Now should be able to communicate on the network. No, I didn't scroll down there. I didn't notice that you could scroll until I looked at went back to this documentation and saw this. So I think we're fine. It's gonna write. And then we're going to plug it into the Pi. Okay, that's good to know, Mo. Take this guy and plug it in. Plug it into the Pi. And then I think we can power this thing on. Everything's plugged in, so we'll give you a nice good view of any potential magic smoke. If we get magic smoke, the stream's almost done. We can find something else to do if we need to. Okay. Power. Got lights where they need to be. I don't smell anything. Lights are on. So we're going to give it a second to boot. And let's see if it shows up. I don't smell anything. I think we're good. So let's go to a blank window, and we should be able to go to switchwire red.local. And it's probably going to need to be H. See if that comes up. Can't reach. Why not? I hate. It should. Let me check. So I haven't done this on this computer, so I'm not sure that I have Bonjour or whatever needs to be on there. Let me check my my other computer. Just a second. I doubt it does. Oops. Let me confirm, because I could have mistyped something in my password, or where did that go? That's usually what happens, is I made a typo that I didn't notice. Yeah, I uncommented them. Oh, it might not. I've got two. I think I have the password wrong. I have two variations. Oh, crap. Yeah, I think I had the password wrong. Let's find out. Yeah, I removed the hashtags, Martin. That's one lesson I learned long ago. A few times. I had to learn that one a few times. Why is it not coming up? Why is that not coming up? Let me grab something. It's been surprisingly long, I guess, since I've logged into my own Wi-Fi network. So let me just confirm that I've got the password. Yeah. Is that underscore? Is it having trouble with that underscore? So I would check my router. What was that? Sanity, what is that tool that you said? IP scan something? My router needs replaced. I would probably spend the rest of this stream trying to figure out and remember how to log into the thing because I can never remember the password that I set. Let me just, I gotta have a typo in here because I don't have advanced IP scanner. Okay, I've got to have a typo in here. Let me do some searching. Advanced IP scanner. I'm just gonna find like a dozen pies on my network. And download this thing. Download it anyway. See if one looks. It should show the host name, so right. Where are we at in chat? I would go to my router admin page, but I'm having problems with it. Give me just a second. I want to double check that I don't still have a typo in there before I boot it back up and then check this. All of the hashtags are gone. Network, SSID. Yeah, everything's should be correct. Let me boot it up and see if the advanced IP scanner finds anything. Let's scan. I'm using this advanced IP scanner Sanity suggested. It allows me to just run. I found 2 printers so far. It should run right away, Bear. We can always try reflashing it. Did it even find... This didn't even find all my devices. This didn't find the orange Trident that's printing right now. I don't know if you can see. It's moving. You kind of see a little bit of movement right there. Now I just removed the ones in front of the network settings. All however many of them are there. Let's I don't trust the utility. And that's the other thing. One thing that I don't like about my router I have is anytime I go in there, I don't necessarily see my devices on it anyway. I'm going to try the Pi Imager again. Try the Pi Imager again. Because then that'll eliminate any potential issues I'm having with the text document. Where am I going? Going to downloads. I'm going to the, where is the Pi Imager? There we are. Let me bring, okay, here we are. So we're going to choose the OS. We're going to come down here to use custom. This worked before, so we're going to say that. We're going to choose storage. We're going to go here, and then we're going to hit the Control-Shift-X. And we're going to set the host name. And I'm just going to go SW-Red. No fancy characters. Going to enable SSH. And I'm going to move this over here. I didn't have the thing anyway, so configure Wi-Fi. Oh, going back. I don't care if you guys see my SSID, but the password's Wi-Fi country. Doesn't that? It doesn't let me type U. Does that work? Yep, we're in the enable telemetry. What is that? Save. There's nothing in that, so if we go back here, let's go back. Yeah, that should be all that's needed. Right. Yes. Let's try this again. I want to do a revamp of my local network. I need to get a different switch. I think the one I have might be a little flaky. Oh, did my print finish? Nice. So that was the printing for the up to this point on the stream was the orange trident. I couldn't really notice it. I doubt you guys could hear it. The new steppers on there are way quieter than those 60mm ones. Mo, it hasn't been too long. A couple of weeks probably. When I was having connection troubles on the stream a couple of weeks ago. Martin, I try to just stick to a name brand. I've got SanDisk, I've Kingston. try to stick away from the brands that sound like those that you can find. Cool Super Smash. Glad you liked it. Those are handy. I got those. All the ones I've used are based off of one guy's. I never remember his name, but it's in the Legacy Voron user mods. I base all of the ones I've done. I've based on that. Hey John, yeah, I did. It's basically the closing line or whatever that was removed as well. I don't know what's going on. Maybe the it shouldn't be the underscore. Maybe something else is happening. We'll try this. Hymnus, there's you can actually run both interfaces. There's some. I don't know if there's good documentation on it. I've never done it, but it's just the interface to Moonraker. Okay, so that is done. So while it's still in the computer, I'm going to look at what it did for the Wi-Fi. I didn't show that, John. I didn't show the edited file on screen because it has password in plain text. It doesn't. Okay. Oh, it doesn't edit the main sail thing when you do the imager, huh? Oh well, we're just gonna try it. We're just gonna try it. I've got a I'm hardwired. I'm not Wi-Fi on the laptop. I have a network jack here in the garage. Let's power this thing up and see what happens. What happened? There we go. Okay, so we're gonna close this. We're gonna try. No. Why am I not getting there? Let me run the scan. I'm running this advanced IP scanner again. See if it picks anything up. It sees the blue V0, it sees the green V2, it sees the purple trident. Could there be something wrong with the Pi? It's still running the scan. How long do you think it needs? Yeah, it's not seeing... The problem is this scan isn't even seeing all of my... This scan isn't seeing all of my devices. I'm just giving it the suggested couple of minutes. Well, let's try something. Just in case, let's throw a different Pi on here real quick. Yeah, the lights on the Pi were flashing. Just try a different Pi real quick. Unless I'm corrupting this by being impatient. All I should have to do is power that on, right? Let me make sure that this isn't gonna... I'm just gonna hold it. I got a Raspberry Pi 02W. I don't know that I'm not being impatient. I don't recall it taking this long on any other setup. I think we're okay. I don't think that's going to touch any metal. I'm not getting anything. What is going on? Okay, I'm gonna do something. Give me about 1 minute. I'm going to do this on my other computer, just as a last. Everything I've done, the same as I've done before, I've done on my other computer. I'm just going to try it. Just give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Flashing to the SD card. I've got a download from September of Mainsail on the other computer. They're already there. So it was last updated in August, so that would be fine. It's doing it's flashing, so give it a couple of minutes. I know I've used the I probably used it on the orange Trident, the one that I'm flashing. There's quite a little hitch in the giddy up here. Still got 40 people. And I hit over 500 people subscribed. Well, thank you guys. I did that the other day. I'm pretty pleased with that. That's about 60% done flashing. Well, hopefully, I mean, these are hangout builds, right? They're not always going to go perfect. Sanity, yeah, it's at 1,000 subscribers and then like 4,000 watch hours or something. I'm not really too worried about it. If it happens, it happens if I get to that point. I figure if I'm building anyway, it's fun. I mean, being on here and chatting with you guys is fun. So that's enough. Charlie has not been a happy camper lately. We ran out of his... He's on prescription food because he has kidney failure. He's doing well with it, though, his treatments. But we ran out of his special food. And we have a backup bag, but it's a different variety. So it's like the F variety instead of the A variety. And he absolutely does not like it. So he has been bugging us relentlessly anytime that his wet food is out. Because he will not touch the dry food. Yeah, you like the avatar? I figured it was fitting. I mean, he's sitting in a printer, so... And how's it going, Kilo? Yeah, you got diagnosed with stage 3 kidney failure about a year ago. Almost exactly a year ago. And we put him on fluid injections and a special diet. And he also needed some dental work. So we waited a couple of months to see how he was going to respond to the kidney treatments. He responded really well. He went in for a checkup and they upgraded him, or downgraded him, upgraded him to stage 2 kidney failure. And that's based on some whatever enzyme or protein or whatever they're detecting in his urine or blood. I don't know the details, but he was getting better. And so he seems to be doing great. He's not sluggish anymore. He seems to be responding to the fluids and the diet. So we expect him to be around for a while. Fortunately. Yeah, I think the stage 2 is even barely stage 2 when they tested him. Oh, that thing finished. So let me go set up the Wi-Fi settings real quick, and then I'll bring it in. Let's get this back up in here and plugged in. I'll plug it back in and see if it goes. Okay. Wish me luck. Yeah, the power was off, Ben. Or Mo. The power was off. Okay. Now, since I did just a straight flash and Wi-Fi setup, I need to visit this by going to mainsailOS.local. So let's give this a little bit. Green light's flashing now. Not getting anything yet. Oh. Oh, there we are. There we are. Yeah. We are on. We are on. Oh, that's fine. We're up. We are there. I don't know. Maybe the download, maybe. Don't know. We're gonna move on though. So let's go in here and we should be able to, where is it? Can't we go here, update manager? Yeah, it could be. I could have had a corrupted file. And yes, absolutely, Kilo. I wanted to go through and do the, just look at this and do, I think I can do updates right now, right? But let's do what you're suggesting. This is from when I was working on the Legacy. But we can log on. But so since that refresh, what I did want to do is go in here and update all of these to the latest. Just so when I generate the board firmware, it'll be the latest. So I'll run through these real quick, and then I'll log in and change the host name and the Pi password. We get to move forward. Go through. I'm going to have to figure out what's going on. I'm going to have to try this again, basically. I want to confirm whether it was the download, whatever, because if I'm going to continue to use this computer for things like this, I don't want this to come up again. So off stream, I'll try to troubleshoot what about this. Was it the file? Was it the Etcher version I was using? What caused these issues? But for now, we'll just move on. Update Moonraker, and then mainsail, and then we'll log in. I think the first thing I'm going to do is either re-download or try the one that I downloaded prior on my other computer and see if I get that same corrupted file error from Etcher. If I don't, then that would probably kind of tell me what's going on. I used Balena on my other computer just now, then it worked. That's just what I've been used to. The imager, I'm sure it's fine, but I want to... I'll go through it. Connect. Moonraker is finished. Now mainsail. That was quick. Okay. Now we're going to go here and we're going to SSH in the Pi user to mainsail OS. And then I don't think it shows the password, but... Oh. It's Raspberry for the default. I forgot that, but it doesn't show. So... Here. Since we're here. So we've logged in. First log in when you don't use the Raspberry imager. Your default is going to be mainsail OS is the host name and Raspberry is the Pi password. Run the config and it's going to ask for that same Raspberry password. And now we're going to go in and change the password first. And I'm going to do this real quick. And then it says password changed successfully. And then I'm going to go in and change my time zone. And then, what do we have? So the SD card reader, I mean the SD card was the same, but the reader was different. I have a different one over there. And then we're going to go back to system and host name. And I'm going to call this Switchwire Red. And I think that's it. Expand the SD card. Is there any... Where do I go there? I'm not going to worry about it right now. I know it's right there, but I'm going to finish and reboot. Yeah, I've never had to go in, or I've never done it. I don't know if I should have, but I've never gone through and expanded the file system. A bunch of system packages are out of date. If you update them, you'll want to reboot again. Okay. So let's go back here. This should be booted up again. Oops. Nintendo support. Machine. And update the system packages. and this can take a few minutes. So what else is new? Okay, so what I'm hearing is I don't have to worry about it. Expanding the OS, or the file system. Next thing I'm gonna need is my little adapter and the SD card for the controller. Oh, while this is finishing that update, let me grab... where did they go? Let me grab the... I thought I had another SD card here. Let me grab the config, the example config. I'll be right back. Okay. John, the ERCF looks really cool. I've got parts. One of the guys gave me a V1.0 kit that he had bought. It'll be a 4 module or whatever setup. So I need to obtain the parts needed to build a 1.1, and that's a plan for future builds on here, is going through that. I played around a couple of years ago with the Prusa MMU2, so it'll be interesting to see how it compares and stuff. So I think it's really cool. Some of the prints that come out of it are just amazing. So I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully this system update doesn't take too much longer. Yeah, I've got a bag of parts here that I haven't even gone through. It's supposed to be the majority of what's needed for a 1.0 setup. Yeah, I was watching Nero's stream. It'll be exciting to see some of the prints coming out. I don't know what I'm gonna do for spool management though. I've got this shelf up here, and I do have these bins. I don't know if that's easy to get it down here or not, but I designed these. Stuff I make fall. I designed these, and it is 4, so it would work, but don't know. It doesn't retract though, so I don't know. Those are, I think, the 20 quart Sterilite containers. Mo, this kit, yes, the enclosure was included, and the plan is to install the enclosure today. Yeah, Nero's spool management was perfect. Yeah, I've got bits and pieces of the enclosure. That's one thing I did off camera, since it's no longer an attempt to try to do this in one stream. I put VHB tape on everything already, so hopefully that tedious, boring part of the process I don't have to put you through. I did run out of the tape that came in the kit, so the recommendation back to them is going to be to include more VHB tape. The kit also came with, Mo, the kit also came with LED strips and a little splitter board and the main wiring port. So we'll see how that goes together. Should be interesting this, and see if your files are fixed for clipper point. Oh, they are. The rotation distance setup is correct in the sample config, and we'll go through each. We'll do a skim through the setup to make sure everything's correct to the pins that we're using for this. That's probably a good idea. Kai Jan. Oh, this finished though. So it did take me a little bit to peel the protective stuff off the old ones, or off the other stuff, but it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so this is all up to date. So let's go back to this, and we're gonna, instead of mainsail OS, it's switchwire red local. Log in. Then we're going to go to the clipper folder, and then we're going to make menu config to oh, do I need to reboot? Probably a good idea, huh? Host reboot. Thanks, Kilo. And keep an eye out for me. Reboot real quick, and then we'll pick up where we left off. For feet, they're using the same compressor feet as Voron 2. And they actually work really well for switchwire. With a 30 millimeter wide extrusion here, these are 28 or 27 millimeters wide. They fit pretty well. Put this back. Let it do its reboot. Mo, I don't have a price on it. This is a pre-production kit for evaluation and suggestions on changes. So I've got a list, and I've already provided, from the first stream, I provided Jason with a list of things. So So any feedback from this is going to go into just making the final production kits better. Why are we logging? Is this just taking a while for this reboot? Hey Jason, welcome to the stream. Thanks for answering that. Yeah, that's one thing about what we've seen from the V0.1 and the Switchwire Kit now is Jason and Dave and LDO are really trying to go the extra mile in making the build experience good for people. Why am I not getting in? It's there. Oops. No funky. There we go. Okay, so we're going to turn that on. We have an STM, and it is a... Okay, so we want to know, this is the SKR E3 Mini V2. If you go to... Let me minimize this. If you go to the config examples, so let me go back to the Clipper documentation, and... Where do we go for the example configs? There is a page, example configurations. In the config directory. So if we scroll down here to SKR Mini E3 V2, at the top of this shows the settings that you want to select for the. Let me see if I can zoom this in a bit. Shows the settings that you choose in here. So an STM F103, bootloader offset is 28. And the clock reference, does it say what to use here? I think you leave that default. We're going to communicate on USB, but you have to set a GPIO pin here. And that's this exclamation point PA14. And I think that is it. So now we exit this and we're going to save. And then we can make, oops. Yeah, there's probably several spots to find that information. That's just my go-to. Okay, so this has output a clipper.bin. So now we are going to I just run some sort of utility to access the Pi, and I'm using WinSCP. So I'm going to create a new site. Host name, switchwirered.local, username Pi, and then I think it masks it, but just in case. And it did mask it. And then we can log on. Yes. Now we go to, where is it? Clipper out, and then clipper.bin. So that's the firmware file for, let's just go to temp, and we're going to copy this here. Mo, you can install Samba on the Pi and access it like any window. Okay. Okay, so now we can take the SD card for the controller. And this is the one that came with, no, it's not. I switched it. That's the one that I've been copying the settings files. This is the one that came with the controller. So I saved that to here. We're going to copy this to here and rename it to firmware.bin. So we can't find the find it that way until we have a clipper on it. So this we're just flashing firmware to the. Okay, so why won't this come up? There we go. Finally did. Let's shut this down. I think you can plug this in and then, is there a reset button on this? No. So we're just going to shut down and then. Then reboot the printer. Once this comes back up, we can go back in there and find the serial ID. Thanks, Bear. So basically it's not useful until it has Clipper on it, so might as well wait to get it. Okay, so it's back up and running. We can close this window. We don't need that. What do I want to do here? Yeah, terminate. I am going to upload. What is that? I copied the example config from the other computer, so we're going to upload this, and then we're going to rename it. Oops. Then we're going to rename this to printer.config, just to get the example config on the printer. Should be able to go back to here, log into the SSH in, and then there is our serial ID for the controller. Copy that. Go to printer config and paste it right here. Whatever. Paste that. So We are using mainsail, so let's uncomment that. Web client config files, uncomment the one depending on the UI being used. Top is just some information on pins for the pins used. So most of these should be set up. If you go back to the document, the example configuration, it has a down here somewhere. It has this static digital output pin needs to be set in your config. That's in that example config, so that's why that's there. All of this should be at least okay to try. All the pins should be like, so I was showing you where was that? This page. So for your motor drivers, the step pin for X is PB13, right? So if you come back here, the step pin for X is PB13. So that's how you would double check where you're connected and what things are working. So the only other thing we would change in here, which I'm not going to quite yet, I want to make sure things are basically working, is the display setup. So let's save and restart and see if we can actually get anything. Oh, okay. So the example config is not set up. It forces you. So this is an error that's coming up because the end stop pin isn't set. So if we go back to the printer config and go down to the end stop pin for Y, let me scroll through here. Right here. So uncomment one of the following: switch based on end stop for Y or sensorless setup. So we're going to uncomment the sensorless stuff. Oops. Uncomment those two lines. Let's save and restart. TMC virtual end stop requires a diag pin config. Maybe I missed that too. So let's go down here. Uncomment if you're using sensorless Y homing. And the diag pin is not. So that's something that needs to be tweaked in this config. We need to set the, is that just, is it just diag pin? And then we get that diag pin for Y from, where is that? Enable step direction, and then does that end up being PC1? Is that right? I think that's right. You also need CS pin. Over here. So, Clipper thinks things are fine. We haven't done any of our checks. Do we need the CS pin? For what? Let's see what happens when we home Y. Hey, look at that. Y home just fine. Awesome. Okay, this is one. So we're going to home X. I'm going to have my finger here ready to trigger the X end stop. But it's set up properly. Yeah, they use UART. Okay, so X homed right correctly. Y home correctly. I'm not going to home Z yet. I want to check my, and I could have done this for X as well, but I want to go to machine and I want to query my end stops. And the probe is open. I'm going to grab something metal, and the light on the probe is turning off. Probe is triggered. So I want to also go back here, and where is the controller fan? Is on 100%, or high anyway. What's the command? Anybody have the command real quick for what filament detected? What was that? Anybody have the command real quick for turning off the motors? I know what it is. Firmware restart. I'm gonna move this over, move this down. I want to make sure that the probe triggers. Yeah, so the probe is triggered before the nozzle hits the bed, is basically. So at this point, check thermistors. Yeah, we'll go through all. Is it just disable underscore motor? Okay. At this point, I'm gonna home all and be ready to fail, 'cause things are moving in the right direction. That moves. Y homes. Wow, that is a fairly quick home, but we got it. Awesome. It homes. So movement is good. Let's turn on the controller, the part cooling fan, and the correct one turned on. So that's good. I can turn that off. The controller fan, oops. The controller fan is at 100%. That's going to get loud and annoying, so we're going to go in here. I don't think we need to be 100%. And we're going to scroll down to fan controller. And is it max power that we want to set? Let's see here, where are we at? Which material did you use for the parts? So the main color is KVP Stellar Black, and the blue is KVP Stellar Blue. And John, the size on a switchwire ends up being 250, 254, whatever Prusa is. Y is a little fuzzy depending on if you want to avoid the holes that are used to hang the bed when they're powder coated. And then at the back there's pegs and stuff. So you usually get somewhere around 215 to 225 in the Y. I'm just setting that controller fan slower. Oh, we've got lots of stuff still to do, Mo. I'm just working my way through, and I'm not necessarily following. I probably should, but I'm not necessarily following a guide. It's just kind of the things I go through. So the fan's much quieter now. I put it at 60%. What was I just going to do? I'm looking at something in the... So let me try something else. Okay, so if you're going through, let's go here. If we go back to the Clipper docs and go to documentation, and we start doing the config checks. So we are going to, so let's look. So something I forgot to research ahead of here. So we're looking at temperature here. I think this uses that one of the temperature sensors is needs a special definition. Does anybody know what I'm talking about there? The beta whatever thermistor, I think Hart was running into that, which the thermistor that they use for this, it's not accurate unless you define a thermistor definition on it. Let's find out. We are going to run a PID tune on the hot end and make sure the controller fan turns on, and so we're going to grab the PID calibrate setting. Make sure the controller fan turns on and make sure it heats up. So we're going to send this command, but we're going to tune it at, let's do a PLA. So it's going to run through here. The controller fan turned on. So everything seems to be hooked up okay. And this takes a few minutes. We're going to do PID tunes. We're going to check the extruder steps per, well, the rotation setting, distance settings for the extruder. I'm going to go through the mesh settings, set our probe offset. Got to enable the stuff for the display. And I think we can put the bottom on and actually put this on feet. Oh, I get it now, Andrew. I was kind of wondering what you're... I was saying, you've been in the stream since early. You're just now saying sup? It took me a bit. Oh, I didn't put the cover back on. Next time I have to power it off, I don't want to accidentally short anything with that screw. See you, John. Have a good one. Thanks for coming. Let's see. Got all the pieces, put the enclosure together, and I'm glad I put the VHB on it ahead of time. And door hinges. While I'm waiting for that to run through its PID tune, I'm going to throw some of the T-nuts that I know we're going to need for the enclosure on the printer. We're going to need, I think we just use 2 on top. We'll find the specific spot for those in a bit. Got 3 on the sides. Okay, 3 on the sides, 2 on top. Now normally we would have 2 on whatever side you're going to put the spool holder on. I'm not going to use the included spool holder, and I'll tell you why when we get there. Then we have several on the sides for the bottom brackets. I don't know how many. I think it's 2 here, 4 on, I think it's 4 on each side. There we go. Oh. PID tune finished for the hot end, so we're gonna save that. Then we're going to go back and do that for the bed. And we'll just set this, calibrate it for PLA first. I still have a connection. Chat got really quiet. PID tuning, and I'm just going to put in these 3030 T-slot nuts while we're waiting. I think that's how many we need. There we go. The hot end fan on here is a little loud. Printing test cube number 562. I got a pretty big stack of Voron test cubes. I don't think you can see them from here though. I think our first print on here has to be a Steppy. The little LDO. Here, this guy. The little LDO mascot. So, this kit comes with the 5mm rod and a little lanyard loop for it. So, it's gotta be the first print. I've got benchies scattered everywhere. Got one here. Here. Another one here, and that's just that shelf. Cooling fan causing banding. Is it... You can get some banding from your bed fluctuating in temperature. Is the cooling fan causing that, or is it something else? Oh, printing too hot. Zenbender, what TPU did you use? Some of it can be pretty firm and probably work pretty well for something like that you want to, if you actually used it as a keychain or something. So as soon as this is done, let's get the display working and then move on to starting to put the enclosure together. The other tuning stuff. Zero. What? Oh no, it's Pryline TPU that I had bought off Amazon when I couldn't find any SaneSmart. It's a lot higher durometer, it feels like, than the SaneSmart stuff. I have that Pryline stuff that is fairly, I mean, it's pretty stiff. for a TPU, and then I have the same smart stuff, and then I have some Ninja Flex that I haven't done much printing with. I printed a few parts for a friend with the Ninja Flex, but I haven't done much else. Done yet? It's got to be getting close. Yeah, I'm not surprised then. That pry-line stuff is really stiff. I printed the... I don't know if you can't really... Maybe you can see here. I printed some custom feet for my V2, the green one here. And that's SaneSmart. It's still pretty stiff, but the printer's also quite a bit heavier. Andrew, the Switchwire is a DC bed. It's the Mark III, the Prusa Mark III bed. Just a version that LDO does that has the Voron markings, the Switchwire markings. Got to be almost done with this PID too. Sven, you made a mistake by buying the aluminum plate for the bed. You have to buy a 6mm, then the 8mm, but the 5x30 shaft? What are we talking about here? Can you give me a little more? I'm not quite getting your question there, Sven. Bear, I seem to remember that, Art Rep Rap, because before I found or got involved with Voron printers, I was building a Hypercube Evolution with a Duet 2 Wi-Fi on it, and I never got it to the point of printing, but I did get it to the point of doing things like that. Those Duet 2s are actually in here now, but running Clipper. You just want to make sure that the Z end stop shaft is within within as much as a millimeter over, probably about half a millimeter under the level of your whatever the top surface of your bed is, with your magnet and spring steel sheet if you're using that. You don't want to be much more than a millimeter over, or about a half a millimeter or so under. You just want to make sure it's not so high that when you get to the back of the print, your, I think the inductive probe would be the closest thing. You don't want that to be scraping against it. .69 Pendolo, yeah, that fan was kind of loud. It's blowing a ton of air though. It might be able to be PWM down. It was probably having a significant effect on the bed PID tune as well, because it was blowing a ton of air. I'm not going to worry about it for this. There we go. So now we're going to save config. We're gonna chase another squirrel here and go set up the display because I want that turning on. So I'm gonna go through here to the display section. So now we're just gonna start uncommenting. I can never find the cursor. And that's one of my gripes, and I don't know if it's mainsail or if it's or what, but it takes a second for the cursor to show up after moving. So I'm never quite confident in where I'm where it is to begin with. Let's just uncomment all this stuff. And then we want to enable the NeoPixel on there. And I'm going to make this thing full on blue to start with. So nothing and nothing. And is it chain count 3? And I don't think I need to turn any of that on for this to work. I think I can save and restart and the display should come up. Yep. Woohoo! So we got a display. Oh, what happened? There we are. Okay, so that's working, that's working. Let's put a bottom on this so I can set it on feet. Yeah, I figured I'd go blue just to match the accent colors, and it actually looks pretty good. I like it. So let's shut down the host. Unplug. Then let's put the cover on the tool head before I forget. Go. Make sure the backs Those are clipped onto the screws. Grab the bottom panel and go through this again. Now this is everybody's favorite part. Be a little more if it was come off just a little cleaner. There we go. This little remnants off. Okay, so this just sets down here, and then so we need four 30-30 T-slot nuts. T-slot nuts and spots. And then this doesn't matter which side is up. Now I gotta find, I think, the M5x16. Feet. M5x16, I think. I hope. Hi, Domino. You've missed a lot. I don't know. A few things. It works. It powers on. It homes. It heats. It's about to be sitting on something other than its frame. One. We're gonna do some Extruder tuning next. Then do some enclosure building. And then do a print. I think the enclosure is going to take a little bit of time. I'm glad I started the stream early. So I'm thinking about shifting, and it'd be interesting to hear if anybody, what people think. I'm probably going to do it anyway, but I think I'm going to end up shifting these streams to the earlier part of Sunday anyway, like Pacific time starting at 10 a.m. Just to maximize or make more efficient my day, because when I start at noon, there's not a whole lot left to do in the day once these are over. So I'm thinking of starting them a little earlier as a regular Sunday stream. Okay. That is on. Very good. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's power it back up. Let's get some, find some filament. Yeah, I think if I can start typical stream, I'm guessing, generally I want to stick to about 3 hours. So if I start at 10, that finishes at 1 and still has plenty of, especially as we get into the darker hour, less daylight season for us. There we go, it's on. That gives me the opportunity to still do stuff around the house and in the yard. Okay. Let's home. I'm gonna reconnect. I still want to throw in some midweek streams, but those unfortunately cannot be EU friendly. It's home at all. And let's move it up. A little bit. And now I'm gonna go find some PLA I can use for, let's start it preheating. Preheat. Oh, here, let's try this. I don't know if this is going to be a great idea, but I'm going to reduce the max power on the hot end fan. It might not be a great idea for, what is it? Heater fan. Just quiet it down a little bit, and we may cause a PLA heat creep issue there. So this is not something that I'd want to... Oh, am I doing that wrong? Did I do that wrong? Oh, no. That was dumb. Fan speed. That didn't make a whole lot of difference, but let's go back here. Keep getting sidetracked. Lots of squirrels around. Hi, FDA. FDAV patch. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we're gonna grab something we can see pretty easy. Where did I use this on before? I take that back. This is, I'd have to cut a couple of feet off of this because I used it in the Legacy. I want to use fresh filament that hasn't already gone through gears. I've got some silver here. I want something light that I can see. I'm not going to use this top mount spool, but I'm going to use it right now for just to hold this. Just to hold it for here. Here, I'll show you what I'm doing here. Andrew, I'm sure some of you absolutely understand that, but yeah, it's bad. There's lots of shiny everywhere. Lots of squirrels. Okay, so I'm going to actually run this a little hotter than 200. This is eSun PLA Plus, so I want to make sure that it's not going to, it's going to flow well. I'm going to take a pen and my little ruler that I've lost. There it is. Measure from the top of this as straight as we can. Mark that to where the bottom of the mark is at 150 millimeters. And then I'm going to extrude at a slow rate. 50 millimeters. And it's extruding backwards. So let's fix that. So it's extruding backwards. So we're going to go to printer config and find our extruder, and the direction pin we're going to invert by throwing an exclamation point in front of it for the extruder. Save and restart. Go back here, set my temperature back. And I need to reset my mark. Reset my mark and extrude 50 millimeters. Extrude. Now it's moving. And we're extruding nice and slow just to make sure we don't introduce any errors. We got 50 seconds for this to finish because I did 1 millimeter per second. I like the blue of the display. That works well. Is that done? Yeah. Now let's see where we're at. So it is 1 millimeter shy. So it extruded 49 millimeters when I told it 50, and it's almost exact. So what we do is if we go in here to the printer config, and for the extruder, the rotation distance setup. So rotation distance here, this value 22.6789511 is the circumference basically of the Bondtech gears where the filament goes through, or at least that's theoretically what that is. And based on how much spring pressure on it, how much the filament gets squished, whatever, the rest of the calculation, what you would used to see as the steps per millimeter or millimeters per step, is all done in the background using math from the gear ratio. So the Bondtech gear ratio, there's a 17 tooth gear on the stepper, and then that shaft assembly has a 50 tooth gear, and then we have a 1.8 degree per step stepper, so that means there's 200 full steps per rotation. So this number here is what we adjust, that rotation distance, when we're setting this. Squirrel brain, I tend to go 50. You could go 100. The reality is you're going to end up tuning your extrusion multiplier in the slicer anyway. So I get it close here, and then I tune in the slicer from there. So if we intended to go 50, but we actually went 49. Why not 10? Why not 10? 10 millimeters? I think 10 millimeters would be too short to see the air. So what is that? And I always do the mental gymnastics here. Thank you, Kilo. Mental gymnastics are sometimes too much for me. So current rotation distance is 22. There. 49 divided by 50 times 22.6789511 So we should be 22.22. Let's just go there. Save and restart. Yeah, Zenbender and Super Smash. I take that that eSun coil adapter, and I think I increase it to 60 millimeters wide for my setup. Sometimes you need longer M6 bolts though for that. All right, let's go back here, get our heat. Oops. I wasn't showing any of that, was I? On the shared screen. Sorry about that. If I wasn't, here in printer config, this rotation distance is what we were editing using math. Sorry about that. Now we're going to make a new mark. And we are going to extrude 50 millimeters again. And we're going to refresh because the GUI error isn't giving us the extrude option. Extrude. See you, Andrew. Is it really bad on the microphone's probably really picking it up, huh? I don't know if that helps. You can't really redirect the microphone. Yeah. It's probably at one of those, I mean, it's just at a frequency that's probably getting picked up really bad with the microphone. Awesome, Squirrel. Good. Have fun with the build. I like the 250 sizes. That's my go-to. Okay. That, as far as, I mean, just my pen mark and where it was and where it's at, that's right on. And it's going to be close enough for what we're doing now. That's the general idea of how you tune that. Let's go ahead and take this PLA out. Take this guy off. Just set it over there for now. The other things I wanted to check before we'd actually go for a print is we need to do we need to calibrate our probe offset. That doesn't need to be so hot. Squirrel, are you talking the heated bed or the flex sheet on the Mark 3S? Or does the Mark 3S bed fit the 250? So, I mean, if you're building a Trident, I would still recommend using an AC bed a cast aluminum tool plate bed. I use these flex sheets that are sized for the Mark III on my 250 builds. That means I sacrifice some Y volume, but I really like the Prusa textured sheets. The heated plate, I don't know where the holes would be. If they're, you might, no, because for the Trident, the mounting points for the front of the bed would be right about here, and there's no hole there, and since it's a PCB bed, you don't want to drill your own. So I wouldn't recommend trying to use unless you completely did a custom bed setup. I wouldn't recommend it on a Trident. Okay, let's home all. And we're going to get a general position for our probe. So we're going to go over here. Oops. What is this? Under bed level. Probe calibration. And I think it's just probe calibrate. This mouse is so picky. Is that what I wanted to do? No. I grabbed the wrong command. Oh, no, I did. Okay. Test z equals -7. Go. Find a piece of paper. I do not recommend Noctua for anything aside from maybe the case fans, the chamber fans on a Voron. Don't use Noctua for your hot end or your part cooling fan. They just don't have enough. I mean, they're quiet because they slow them down, right? -0.5. And we're just edging up on the just setting the paper test for first layer, and then I'll baby step it during a print for fine tuning. So accept that and save config. I always have to fine tune it depending on what I'm printing anyway. 69, so, or Ben, sorry. Okay, I want to make sure that we get through the enclosure install, so I don't want to start a print yet. So let's let it cool down, install the enclosure, and then we'll get a print started. I think we have everything in place. We've done probe offset, it homes, PID tunes are done. Thanks, Blam. I hope it doesn't create spiderwebs either. Or worse, a blob. I had that happen on my Prusa just about a week and a half ago. I walked away before the first layer was done, and something popped off and created a blob on the tool head that I was fortunately able to get off. I caught it before the print was done, so everything was still hot and a little soft. So we're going to let the hot end cool down. Then we're going to get so I think some of you are going to like or have been looking forward to putting the enclosure on this. So something I noticed, I don't know if I noticed before, the manual for Switchwire does not cover installing the enclosure. So we're going to go through that, and I'm going to re-educate myself on how I did it the first time, because it's been over a year since I installed one. We'll let that cool down a little more. Where are we at? 3 hours now? I don't think the enclosure is going to take too long. So while we're waiting for that to cool down, so the default setup spool holder is to be here with the filament coming down into here. I like running a big giant quote-unquote reverse Bowden setup. So I came up with my own spool holder that mounts. It takes this little piece right here, clips in. It's a spool holder, clips into the part. I took that and just made a simple mount here to clip this on, and it mounts to the side. And then I have a piece here that takes one of those M10 or whatever PC4 fittings, so the filament can come up, and the spool sits here, feeds through here to the tool head. So I only put one T-nut in this spot instead of two. Normally this would take two here. Did that make sense? While we're waiting more, this is the 3mm inner diameter PTFE tubing that came with the kit, and if you can tell, there is more than enough to go all over. So I'm going to take some of that for the pieces that go here in the spool holder, or the piece. I'm just going to mark this about KDB. I am horrid at getting my mods and tweaks that I do online, so that just goes in there like that. I may end up putting these in the main files as an alternate spool holder. That would be easier for me than to maintain my user mods folder. I'm gonna grab a connector for this real quick. It just uses one of these. Yes, Mr. K. I'm in fear of GitHub in general. Okay, at 72 degrees. I don't have anything sitting in there. I'm going to go ahead and turn it off because I'm tired of waiting. Oh. Well, I didn't shut down. I do that. You should shut down before powering it off. I forgot. Okay, let's do the enclosure. So let's... There is no manual for this. And I don't remember exactly how I did it, so we're going to wing it. We'll start with taking this stuff off. Kilo must not still be around. He's not commenting on that. Kilo puts in so much work in GitHub and maintaining the user mods thing. That has so much activity. Big hats off to his work on that. Yeah. It has exploded in the past year or whatever. Less than a year. I mean, just like everything, Voron has exploded. Okay, this part goes either way on top, and I think I'm going to line up these, just lining up the T-nuts. I might need a step stool. Got those. We've got these. So I'm going to build up the rear part of the enclosure, I think, first. So nobody's actually in fear of you, Kilo. We're all in awe. The work you put into the user mods folder. Throw that there. That there, and somewhat center it. Nothing is being tightened yet. I'm just test fitting. Can I get a better view maybe of what's going on here? There we go. I'm putting these side pieces on. More panels. I think someone was mentioning before I should have pulled this stuff off ahead of stream, probably. But we'll get it done. We'll get... Where are we at? We're doing good. Yeah, this one's a little more brittle. I think the clearer acrylic stuff will go should go a little better. It's this paper coating. Comes off clean. It's just any spot on the corner that catches on the edges. At least it's not leaving any residue. There we go. Okay, let's see, this guy is going to go here because it goes up and over to something like that, right? So, but our side, so I'm positioning the T-nuts. Something like that. Now, because of the way I'm doing this, I may end up a little short on the 16mm T-nuts, but we'll see. I do have those two, so I'm gonna mount my spool holder on this side. So I'm going to use this is all just loose. And this guy right here. And then a 10mm on the bottom one. Just to hold that up here. So I'm making sure that this is flush with the end here. Once I put the other panel on, I'll make sure the top panel is centered, and then these are flush in this direction. Blam, question of Punch and Steve, how do you feel about Switchwire in comparison to the Core XY printers that surround it? Keeps intriguing me ever since it was released. It's just like RCF said when we released it, it was a side quest. It's cool. Who else is doing Core XZ out there as a relatively lower cost to what was at the time was we had V1.8 and V2. So, and V0, but that in between printer, if you're building it and sourcing the part yourself, $600 to $800 range. It's a cool printer. Just a lot of what we do is just because it's cool, right? Yeah, there's other. If you search for Core XZ, you'll find a few things, but nothing on this level. This is. I would say it's probably by far the most built Core XZ design ever, without having actually looked up to see if that's true or not. I'm just guessing. I think Max put it, or RCF put it, the best. It was a side quest. It's a cool printer. It's a cool thing if you have extra parts around, kind of like Legacy. It's spawned a pretty huge mod community around doing this to Enders and other type printers. Really a bed flinger without lead screws for to drive the Z, belted Z in a bed flinger. You just lifted the gantry easily. What would make this movement hard? With the motors off? Your alignment of your Z rails could make things rough when you're the alignment of your belts. What else? I mean, I think without thinking about it too much, Blam, I think you could probably just run the belt back if you had both steppers on one side. I don't know. I'm just... You'd have to put both steppers on one side then. But like I said, without thinking about it too hard. Okay. That takes far too much time to do these. Oh. There. Couple more of these. Motion system. Somebody made a laser engraver for XY. I gotta set these. Now these are all gonna get 10 millimeters because nothing mounts over here. top. Just snug one of those. I'm just kind of placing these around and just kind of snugging things up, because a lot of this will hold together just when things get tightened. Move this. What do we got? These can be from your bog standard coroplast. Yes, you probably might. I might suggest printing out a few extra of these little angle brackets. These are going to go in here like this and hold everything together. There's going to be one on top and two on each side. I might do a couple extras of these to keep coroplast happy. It's a little more bendy. Okay, now the back piece. This one's going to be fun because it's got all these tabs. So all these, I don't know if you can see them well, but there's tabs here, and that helps lock everything in place and together and keeps everything lined up. But that's going to make keeling this paper backing a bit more of a pain. Definitely more of a pain. I did print a jig, I'll show you in a minute, the kind of I think is going to help with this. I used it when I built my first one. And if it works well, again, I'll include it in the files. Just to answer that question before it comes up. Okay, there we go. Oh. Maybe, there we go. One more side and then we're done with this stuff. Let's start on this side. I know. I bet you it's taking longer than that took. You know what? That's the beauty to me of 3D printing, is that I can make quick little things to make other projects easier, whether it be a jig or a drill guide or whatever. If I can think of it and model it in CAD, in Fusion 360 or whatever. It's one of the things that's so nice. Okay, that is the last of that paper backing. No more having to suffer through that. Okay. So this is going to lock into these. Now the problem I had when I built this the first time, I'm trying to just get this kind of set on here. But the problem I had is once you have a corner, two pieces that you want to connect at right angles, and you try to put in a bracket with VHB tape on two pieces, how do you make sure that you get that piece all the way in to the corner? So what I did, where in the world did I put it? So I modeled this little piece here, and this window is so I could put a mark along here to make sure I knew where along the piece, so I could be consistent and symmetric and all that. Here, I'll show you. It'll be easier to show you. I modeled this little jig, okay? You get one shot, but this makes it a little bit easier, I think. So how do I want these to go? Because there's a rounded side and then a square side, and it really doesn't functionally matter at all, but I think I'm going to put them like this. And I think I'm going to put them, you know what? I don't need to align that jig, because I think I'm going to align it to the bottom of this cutout, this tab, just as a nice spot, because if I put one right there and one right there, there's not too much space in between any one area. Let's go with that. So what this does is, this notch here is the thickness of a panel in. So if I take this off, take the VHB backing off this side and leave it on this side, I can put this in here and then slide this along that piece, and now it's inset exactly the width of this panel, and when I put this back one on, everything should line up. So that helps me get that in there straight and exactly that 3 millimeters or 2.8 millimeters back. So I'm going to do that again. So now I'm going to do that down here. I'm just pushing this on and then sliding this into place. And we're going to use a similar trick of leaving the backing when we do the clear stuff in front. See you, Mo. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I can imagine midnight, basically my end time, European, is kind of tough for a lot of people. Okay. So those are on. And this is close enough, I can just eyeball center. Just make sure all these are nice and see you, Blam. I think we get quite a few European viewers. I get quite a few of you guys, right? Okay, so that is that. Now we can put the back panel on. One thing I did notice, and I'm going to address that now because I just saw it. Let me see if I can get a reasonable view here. You see these wires here? Right here. When they move, they don't, it looks like in the camera they're getting really close. They're a bit a ways, but I think I'm going to use a zip tie to make sure that that black wire can't catch on the cable chain. And I noticed that when I was looking this over this week, but I'd forgotten about it until just now. So let me throw a zip tie on that while this is still easily open and accessible. As soon as I figure out where I put my zip ties. See you around, Blam. Really want to get something printing today. So just as simple as let's see, a zip tie to hold those, and now when that comes through, we're missing those by quite a bit more. Okay, so now we're going to put this back panel in there by basically going like that. And when I just hold that up there, everything's flush. Everything is good. Okay, so let's pull the backing off all those. I have my other here. I am going to find my other tweezers because they work better for that. Before Charlie settles down for a nap, we're going to say hi. Where's my other tweezers? Maybe I can use these. The other ones have a sharp point on them that work really well. Oh, I found them. Oh, and he this a cat be a cat? Oh no, it doesn't need to be on the floor apparently. Oh, maybe it does. Yes. I was expecting the tweezers to find the floor. Exactly, Sanity. Charlie has been around for every Voron build I've done, so in a way, yeah. Add the appropriate amount of cat hair to the side of the panels. Whew. Okay. You go to sleep. Okay, let's get this panel on. Take all of these off. So much fur, yeah. I'm just going to so this lined up on either side. Oop, don't crack on there yet. Lined up on either side, and there, that's there. All of that should be exactly what we want. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, back panel is on. That wasn't too bad. Push in from the my little jig worked well. There we go. So now we can set these in place. I don't know how well we can see back here, but when this goes to the back, it touches, but we're way over the front, so at Y0 we've got a bit of space here before we hit the back with that. Now the rest of these screws along the side can be snugged. Probably could have done those before, but it didn't seem to hurt anything. Now there is a slot that goes up here, and we'll put that in, not yet, but that'll go there for the PTFE slot. The next thing we want to do is throw a bunch more of these on the front. There's 3 each side, so I need a couple more of these. The jig to measure what hole. So this jig is just to set the depth of the corner brackets in the back. Measure where which hole is. Oh, well, this goes on here. It's not to measure. This goes on here just so the PTFE tube has somewhere to slide that's not a potentially rough cut panel. That one's not a jig. That's just a part of the printer. And put more of these things on here. Oh, I put this one in the wrong slot. Pleased to hear that I fixed my music looping issue by actually remembering to set it to loop. If at any point you guys want to hear a different playlist, let me know. Okay. We have several pieces for the... So this is a side piece. This is another side piece. This is a top piece, and these are the 2 doors. So I think we'll save the doors and the top piece. I think the side pieces might be next. Yeah, at least this is easy stuff to peel. Okay, so this is going to set here, and then that sits up flush. So this is, I'm just going to tighten these just a little bit. This here is the reason we're limited in size for the XZ steppers. You could extend this panel forward and shorten this one to increase room, or notch this one. But we like to keep the clear panels rectangular. Okay, so that is flush. That's pretty close on top. So this is the LED holder, and these are what hold the front of the setup together. I'm just trying to remember what I did on this. I don't think I didn't use this jig for the top, although it would work. It's not really needed. I think I used some tape is what I did here. Since I have access to all this right here. Let's get this other one off. Taking out my paper backing frustrations on these clear backing. So much nicer. So much nicer. That goes there. I think there are these fake hinges. These don't hinge versus the doors. These go on the sides. I think I might put those on next to hold this stable. And that's also going to allow me to do some LED wiring, which is new to me. I haven't done, so we're figuring this out. So I want these to be somewhat spaced. Where do I want to go? There we go. That. How down do I want to go? Can I do this? I'm just eyeballing what looks good, what I think looks good, what I think will work well. Something. Oh. Let's see where it happened. Fix the music. Okay, looks like we're still good. Okay. Avades? Sorry. What is the maximum speed of Switchwire for quality print? I'm not sure because I haven't actually run a Switchwire with input shaper yet. I think that looks reasonable. Let's do it. I can't spend too much time lining things up. it's all good. I think we're good for, you know, if I was doing this on my own, I would probably spend another hour of lining things up and taping things together and making sure all the way through the build process the panels were going to be perfect. But sometimes this is good to just go for it. And you just say, that is going to work great. So you'll see me pulling two different types of VHB tape off of these. The kit, one of the recommendations is to include some more VHB tape. I ran out, so I had to use a different style for some pieces. Okay, so that's on, so let's do the other side. Am I using better parts? Oh, that's a question for the other guy, I think. Once this enclosure is all together, it stays surprisingly stable, pulling the whole thing up off the printer. I've often pulled it off of the my other switch wire when I had to work on it, and it goes right back on, no problem. Cool. Okay. This piece is just going to go up like that. To go for, so most acrylic panels are going to have some bow to them. I'm going to put this on with the bow. It bowed up instead of down, at least I thought. Maybe it's just the weight of it. Yeah, it's just the weight of it. There's a slight bow that way, and it goes the other way, so it's a little twist in it, I guess. Okay, well that's fine. These go, so I want these flush with the front. These are going to go there. Is there enough room for me to... I think there's going to be. So I'm muttering to myself, but what I'm going after is the LED strips that slide into the end of here. I'm debating whether I have enough room to slide those in after the enclosure's on, so I can then tape the wires down this side and around along the top after these panels are in. And I think I can, so I'm going to go for it. I'm going to grab some tape. Low Tech, I'm pretty sure that's his Harley. They're getting their house painted, so I'm guessing he moved it. I'm also fairly certain this is the tape that came with one of my, with maybe my CR10, maybe something else. I didn't want to go finding my blue tape, so we'll just try this. So I'm just taping this in place to I think everything is flush. I think we're good. So now the idea is making sure, because these only have an opening on one end. So I'm going to do the same type thing, but I'm going to, that's a little sticky, but so I'm going to leave the tape, the backing here, I'm going to pull it here, and then I'm going to slide it into place, making sure it's flush on the front, and then sticks in. And then I'll pull this top part off one side at a time and lay it down flat, I think. Pull it back. Get this in close. Yep. Touched off a little too soon. Push that into place. I think that will work well. Just take one side off. A lot of friction on this stuff. There we go. It's flush on the front. Doesn't get in the way of the doors. I think I can now lift this, hold this tape, and then very carefully that. Push all of this into place. There. That stuff is strong, that tape. This tape is not useful anymore. Might have a little bit of bow to it, but I think it'll be fine. These are not useful anymore. Back. There we go. And just push it into the corner. This piece goes in here. A little bit of red, there we go. A little bit of the red backing on there, but that is not coming apart now. I just have the doors and the enclosure will be done. So the doors, we get more tape involved, I think. Why is that? That's really weird. I don't think I can fix that. It's not quite flush right here. And I don't know why. It's flush on the side though, and that's what's important right now. Okay. wires are gonna go something like that. I'm probably gonna use a few other pieces of tape as well, but just test fitting. Yeah, we're at 4 hours already. Tape makes a pretty good hinge. See you, squirrel. Thanks for being here. Okay, I think that's pretty much. We're gonna go something like that. Probably match it. Match the spots for these. That's what feels good up there. We go 50 millimeters down both sides. Just go. Go right there. Okay. Those are on. Yeah, that's fine. I think that'll all work well. Morning, there, Q. Welcome back. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to focus on making sure this door will work well at the end. Okay. Almost done. The doors do use magnets. There's a piece. There's this piece on top. It'll stick right here. And then there's these little door latches that'll go on here like this and snap onto there. So I'm basically at the point where I need to put on the magnets, but I'm gonna get these hinges on, then the magnets, and then the enclosure's done. I guess the question for you guys, you want to see the LEDs be installed, or do you want to see it printing? Or do we want to do LEDs and at least start it printing? Oops, I didn't want to do that yet. I want to put the magnets in first. Yes. The answer is yes. I don't know why I was taking that off. That can sit over there. I gotta finish these. I think that's probably the right answer, Stephen. Okay, everybody wants to see them both. We'll get her done. Okay, I got a bunch of magnets. I don't know what that is. What is that? Oh, that's her alarm. It's my wife's alarm on her phone. What did I do? All this tape off. Let's see. There we go. Push those all the way in. Okay, so this one would go right like this. I think I can just... No. One. Okay, you're going to see some effects from the magnets for sure on this. What I don't have time to get set up right now is any of the exclusion zones. And whether it actually makes a difference in the print. We'll see. We'll play with it. Top enclosure is the only thing I regret buying instead of ahead of time. Top enclosure is the only thing you regret buying. You didn't want the enclosure. So we'll see. And as far as the we'll see. Sorry, a little distracted there. I'm just eyeballing this because it should be pretty easy to gauge center on such a small piece. Have you thought about getting a custom set of acrylic from Printed Solid that makes the sides and top one solid piece? This whole thing? Oh, just like a bent piece? That'd be interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Like I said, with all these pieces on here, this thing's surprisingly stable when you take it off. I mean, it's stable enough to set it somewhere. So I'm noticing something that I screwed up on, and you might hear it. When I'm opening it, the sides of the acrylic is sticking because I put too much tape. I put the tape too close. I think I can get in there with an X-Acto knife and trim that away. It's not hurting anything right now. You meant the clear and the solid is one piece. Are you talking about custom set of acrylic that makes the sides and top one solid piece? The whole thing? meant that the clear and the solid as one piece still would be separate sides and top. Like this whole side being one piece. Sorry if I'm being a little dense, I'm not quite getting it. I had not. There. Door, it's enclosed. And it all fits. Throw away all my remnants here. Let's get the LEDs installed. Oh, have thought. I placed a U in there, as in have you thought. My bad. Okay, what do you think? That is basically an enclosed switch wire. While I'm sitting here, because that's going to bug me, I'm going to very gently run a blade through this. Let's see if I can pull this. Yeah, that was easy peasy, so I'll do that real quick on the others so those don't constantly stick every time I open the yeah, little tabs to pull it open. But I don't know if you guys can hear that sticking every time I open it. It's because my poorly planned VHB tape placement. I just have a nice sharp X-Acto knife here that I'm remove this little strip, and now it won't do that anymore. Yay! Yeah, you hear that? Bit of that. There we go. There we go. No more stick. LED time. Oop. So, we have 2 LED strips, a little breakout board. Let's see what this thing. Yeah, just a little breakout board. I have a printed part that's supposed to snap onto. It's a little tight. I'm probably going to recommend that we do just use a couple more M3x6s and screw that down to a part. Especially since these little tabs are weak along the layer lines. But we'll go with it for now if we can, if I don't break them. There we go. Okay, so that goes on there. It seems reasonable. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, that light's bright. If that helps. Okay, so we have 2 strips, one with a longer wire, so we're going to put it over here. Yeah, Kit, I agree. That's definitely a pain point. The question is, how much does it actually affect first layer? Depending on, I guess it depends on a lot of factors. We're gonna just keep going. I won't be able to get into that configuration in this stream, but it might be something to return to. Maybe like I want to do for Trident, a wrap up. I might do something like that for this. Or maybe a wrap up that covers a few different projects. Okay, I'm just straightening this out. I'm not pulling the adhesive off the back. I'm just going to leave it up in here, and it's all going to get taped, I think, to taped in place. Yeah, Kit, a mechanical end-stop type, clicky type probe is probably a winner for this. Okay. I set up this angle and everything, and I didn't turn the camera on. So we've got this coming around here. We got this guy coming across here. So I think I need to put my little breakout board right here, keeping it away from all of this. We've got room as long as we keep things tidy. So I'm gonna grab a piece of the VHB tape left over from the panels. this guy goes down into the printer kind of near the, it goes through this hole that the stepper uses. This a little towards the front, and I'm just gonna guess. I'm not gonna press that in place yet. I'm gonna do something like this, and then maybe a piece of tape or something to hold that back. I was thinking now some Tessa tape or cloth type tape might work better for this. I don't have any, so I'm gonna use a few little strips of just electrical tape, which I'm pretty sure is not going to last very long in this type of, especially in a heated chamber, but we're gonna try it. I'm just running this kind of out of the way up through there like that with some, just stitch it together with some strips of electrical tape. I think that's actually pretty well placed. Just like that. That worked out pretty well, I think. Yeah, this is not my recommended. This is what I have. I think some, like, what is it? Is it called Tessa tape? Or something. But yeah, that works. That will work right there. It's gonna work for at least the install. Yep, short term for sure. What is on this side of the printer? Is that power supply? Yep. See if I can get this to, there we go. Then I'll just have to fish it. Figure out where it is when we turn the printer over. So this guy's gonna plug in right there. And then we'll just continue this temporary tape down. Now a zip tie, maybe zip tie mounts along this would work well. Something relatively temporary, probably more temporary than tape. Maybe zip tie mounts for at least these would work better. Maybe tape along here and then zip tie mounts down so you can snip those and unplug it when you got to take the enclosure off. But this is what we're going to go with now because I want to print. And one more piece and I think we'll call this good. And there you go. Okay, we're gonna get this thing on its side. I think it's okay even in the enclosure on its side. Get that wired up on the underside. Whew. Okay, where are we? Here's the connector. Make sure it's being guided. Okay. And we're going to go along the cable chain. Wire thing. We've got quite a bit of extra. Where are we plugging that thing into? We're plugging it into the little breakout board on the bottom. And there's a thing marked LED on the board, so we're going to plug it in right there. And I'm going to take this and loop this wire back and just hide the extras in this wire channel. See if we can get any kind of. So it's coming through here from the deck area into the wire channel, and then comes up, and I looped it right here, and then it plugs into the breakout board here. I think that once this bottom panel is on, I think that completes the hardware assembly. Well, and software too. We got that going, and the configuration already has the correct pin for those lights, so they should turn on when we start it up, or when we hit the macro. Sven, including this, which I'm not keeping, by the way, this printer, this Switchwire, at an as yet unplanned, unknown event, is going to get given away. But until then, I'm going to use it and print with it and do whatever, develop parts, whatever. But including this, I think this is number 10 Vorons, and one Prusa Mark III, and one Elegoo Mars. Okay, I'm gonna take a little zip tie. Let's show here. I want to make sure that this, although the cable chain only rubs against it that way, it doesn't actually move. I'm still going to zip tie this to those stepper wires. course, pretty sure I picked a zip tie that's broken. These tiny zip ties, I think this is only the second one. Oh, maybe I put it in, maybe I ran it backwards. It would be only the second or third one that's been bad. Maybe I put it in backwards though. Yep. There we go. Okay. Where did I put them? I don't have a lot of space here for this. I think we're good though. Oh. I've got cat hair for days. Okay, it's on. It's running. I'm gonna run a PTFE tube in here and run this to the end and down to get a. I think that'll probably do it. I'm gonna put that over here. Over here, home all. There we go, all homed. Since we are all enclosed, let's do our first print in ABS, huh? First, what am I missing? What do I need to do before I print in ABS? I could do a new PID tune, but that takes a while. Let's see if it should start without it. I'm gonna go. LDO's colors are blue. I'm gonna go PID tune for ABS. I guess I can answer questions while it's doing it. Oh, let's see if the LEDs work. Good call. LEDs on. Woohoo! I don't know if you guys can see that. Ooh, bright. Here, let's do that. There we go. LEDs off. LEDs on. See if it makes much of a difference. LEDs on. LEDs off. Awesome. Yeah, let's do a PID for ABS. Let's go. Oops, where was I? There we are. I think I'm printing this stuff at 250. So what do you guys want to talk about? I'll come back. I'm going to refill my drink, and then I'll be right back. PID calibrate, then a print. While that's calibrating, let's go to grab the one piece. Let's go unibody steppy. Download that. And then bring up the slicer, which I imported my settings from the other computer and then tweaked them a little bit. So these are not by any means optimized settings. Throw that guy on the slicer. And I'm just typical settings. Speed. I tweaked these a little bit. I don't know what they should be for. I mean, I haven't tuned input shaper or anything on this. And then filament for ABS and printer settings, just basic. So, but what we can do, go over here and set up a red switch wire. Local. What is this? 1, 2, 3? Is that what it's supposed to be? Test. Works correctly. Okay. And we can go over here and slice this. How long does it say it's going to take? 30 minutes. And throw it over to the printer. So now if we go back, error, ADC out of range. Oh, is this the, oh, well, let's check something. Check something. Let's go to machine, printer config. Scroll down to extruder. Is it extruder? It exceeded 270 degrees. Probably because, doesn't this have, I touched on it earlier. There's a, there is a, it's back up. Let's go to the LDO documentation. Let me see. I think there is preparing which heater is, or the thermistor is being used. Do they have this? Do they have it listed here? Yeah, I think the thermistor table is wrong, Ken. I touched on it earlier, and I think it's the Whatever one has been, people have found a bug. There's a bug in the, is it the, the beta 3950? Don't you have to define a custom thermistor table for it to work properly? Yeah, do you have that, Sanity, by chance? Yeah, do either of you guys have that code you can throw at me? Well, I was doing a PID tune, so if it went way out of it, be here. Why don't we do this? Because we want to print. Let's do a PLA print because it printed that. Let's just we want to just see it printing, right? I'm pretty sure that the table is wrong. Yeah, Ken, you don't have to do that with Clipper. In general, you just specify what thermist you have. In this case, we're running into a little bug, and there's a fix for it. It's just getting that in live on a stream. If anybody had an idea where that was, I'd have to go to my other computer. I don't have some of the tools available to me on this computer. So we can either print PLA or try to fumble through that, but I don't know if I want to take the time. It's been 5 hours already. But that's the try. I don't know which one we have. I know that one of the other beta testers was having the same problem. Let's just go with a PLA print. I'll follow up on this with you guys, confirming if that was the issue or not. But I don't want to fumble along with something like this. Yeah. We'll still, we'll go with some brittle. Do I do anything other than that? I mean, if this is going to take about 5 minutes, then let's try it. So do I have to do anything else in my... Yeah, I'm right there. Can I just define this down here? What is this? Temperature. Is this what it should look like? Then I would imagine I put this right here. actually. I want to do this. Like that. Let's find out. It's worth trying. Yeah, you see in the it aired out only because this hit 273 degrees, and in the config the max is 270. So let's see if it still overshoots it. But I know based on other beta tester or evaluation kit feedback that this does have that bug with the 3950, the beta 3950. So I imagine, I hope this will take care of it. It didn't hit 270 that time. Came close. Okay, maybe we'll print ABS after all. As long as you guys get chatty. Yeah, absolutely, Sanity. It has nothing to do with the kit. It happens to be the thermistor they selected, but it is a software bug, not a kit bug. Thanks for clarifying that. I could mute myself, but it's not as easy to tell if I'm talking or not. Steven, so Steppy is kind of LDO's mascot. It's nothing. It's basically a calibration cube type thing. It has the kit included, and I'll bring it out in a second, a 5mm shaft to go in there, and then a little lanyard piece to loop in there. It's just a fun little print. Yeah, it looks like a stepper. So let me see where this hardware is in here somewhere. Wherever I ended up with it. So it has a little bags all set just for that. But it's got a couple of screws. I don't know where those go. But a little 5mm shaft and a keychain type lanyard thingy. Figure if they include the parts to make this, see? Print Estepi. And it has the address to it there on the packaging. Oh, I see. Thanks, then. So what he's talking about is here, if we go back, there is a multi-part version, and let's just go. There's the unibody, there's the multi-body version. So you could make the center black or whatever, and it is assembled with those screws. No problem, DC. These are fun. I enjoy doing this. Low-tech, I'm sure that you can gain some enclosure efficiency by closing gaps. I don't see this. On mine, I printed quite a bit of ABS. I never had any issues with warping or whatever. I wasn't looking, I just looked for good enough temperatures to print ABS. If you really wanted to get into the higher temp ABS printing or whatever, I'd go for one of the other printers. I mean, you without affecting anything, you could just put some covers over here, but then you've got this big old slot in the top that kind of has to be there for your Bowden tube to move. I wouldn't be looking to the Switchwire for your highest chamber temperatures. Let's see where we're at on. Okay, that one finished. Let's save. And then let's do a this one will take a little bit. We're gonna go to 100. Maybe move this guy up out of the way so the hot end fan isn't blowing right on it. Oh, we're not doing PLA anymore. We got a successful ABS PID tune, so we're going ABS. Go ahead and feed this thing. We're going to feed this thing all the way down. We're waiting. I am getting a little hungry. I'm going to grab another granola bar. Switchwire doesn't have, at least built-in provisions for a filter. Yeah, it's a variety pack. It just so happens the last two I've grabbed out of there have been oats and honey. It has the peanut butter and the maple version as well. Keep it in the wrapper. But you're right, crumbs everywhere. Sometimes it just crunch or break it all up and just pour it into my mouth. Oh, sorry. It's really picking up every noise, isn't it? I mean, once again, I wasn't expecting this to be 5 hours. I was expecting to be able to get all this done in a 3 hour typical stream. I need to go back to those. These 5 hour and 4 or 5 or 9, almost 10 hour streams are a little tough. Do we have... I'm looking for the bed heater. No, it's not being limited. I want to make sure we weren't limiting the power to it. I'm amazed at how quickly the last stream went by. Almost 10 hours, and it didn't seem like that. Sanity, I don't. I just grabbed an example config though, and I didn't know if it had set a limited power to the bed. I run it 100% on this. I've done coffee and Diet Dr. Pepper and water is what I've been drinking. Kit, is that a different printer or on a Switchwire, the 20 gauge PTFE wire for the bed? Oh yeah, that. Change it out as soon as you can. It should, I think we recommend 16 gauge. I don't remember what the math works out. What is it? I don't remember what the wattage on these beds is. Is it 200 and... No, it's 160 or 180. I don't. What's the Prusa? Isn't the Prusa normal power supply a 240 watt? The one that used to, not the Delta one that they switched to, but the original silver case Mark III power supply. Steven, yeah, that's the plan. It'll get signed by at least a few or a couple of people. So Jeremy, the 16 gauge for the bed here, you're 24 volts and a... Well, I mean, let's say it's a 240 watt bed. You got 10 amps coming through it. Whereas the mains is... I think significantly less. Let's put, I don't know what the numbers are, but yeah, Steven, support. It's discord.com/Voron. I don't know what the address is. I just since this is a 24 volt bed, there's significantly more current. And are we almost done yet? Another cycle to 100. I don't have the numbers in front of me either. It just... Probably going to work on the V0, the red V0, Tuesday or Wednesday this week as an evening stream. I'm gonna put together first of what I'll call a quick build, and we'll be assembling and configuring the V0 display for it. So I printed out the printed parts, and I'll probably be making a USB cable with modifying a USB cable to have a JST connector on the end, and so it plugs into the back of the V0 display instead of poking out the side. And get that installed and clipper installed on it. I think it'll be a good hour-ish stream. So the Trident wrap-up video would then be this next weekend. I didn't want to wait that long, but I didn't expect this to go into 2 streams. So yeah, and Kit, we might have been recommending 16 gauge just to be on the ultra safe side. Is that even what we recommend? I mean, just I don't know what's in the sourcing guide. Where are we at? Almost back down to 95 degrees. Jeremy, I assume you're wanting to use like the V0.1 integrated lead screw steppers to do that? Talking about a 300 by 300 by 150 Trident. You're not the first person that's come to me mentioning wanting to do a pancake Trident. There's been a few. I don't know how many have been built, but I don't see any problem. If I was building it, because the whole printer's going to be shorter, I would go give yourself just a little more room. Since you're doing things custom anyway, give yourself even more room above the tool head. Just plenty of room for that Bowden tube to flop around in. But yeah, I don't see any drawbacks aside from volume, print volume. Back to 100. Aha! We're done. Oops. Where did I actually type? Hope I didn't hit anything. Oops, what did I type that for? So we should, since we went into the slicer and exported that and didn't get an error, we should have a steppy. No, I don't want to start that yet. I didn't get the thumbnail here because, so to get this thumbnail, I have to remind myself how to do this. If we go to, where is it? There's somewhere in here, in the main sale guide. Let's go, let's try searching for thumbnails. There we go. Main sale can display thumbnails. for Prusa Slicer, you go into expert mode. Now, did I not have this set? Go to General, Printer Settings tab, General, Firmware. I've got that set. As G-code thumbnails. Huh, why didn't it show up? Why didn't it show up then? Maybe I have to start refreshing. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Anyway, still, that kind of information is here for the different slicers on the main cell documentation. Let's send it. Oops. I don't know what kind of view we're going to want to get, but this should go through a whole... I have not tried the beta 2.4 Prusa Slicer yet. I'm getting lots of retries on the probe samples. Getting lots of retries. Why? And it canceled. Where's the bed mesh settings? Let's just brute force this. Try to get a print going. I don't know if the foil I put around the sensor is actually causing a problem. This isn't the magnets that's causing this. It's something else. You should be able to get through a bed mesh, even if it's the values are being affected by the magnets. It shouldn't. What is our mesh? Is it up here? What's the bed mesh setting? Oh, 6x6? Oh no, let's just go 3x3. I know that's not ideal. We're just... I don't want to wait for it to finish heating and start over, so let's just... force it to start over. Finish heating the bed. S-Tickle, I'm going back in chat a little bit. You asked why you keep hearing the Trident is significantly louder on the X and Y. And yeah, it's resonance. The rigid mounted gantry is more prone to resonance transmitting through that. Try turning off Stealth Chop first. Disable Stealth Chop. That usually makes a huge difference. If that doesn't work, then there are some other steppers that seem to work better for that. But I'd try turning off Stealth Chop first. Yeah, Zenbender, I send it on my V0 too. It works so well for quick prints. I don't worry about the heat soak. I do like a minute heat soak. Oh, come on. Whew, I got through it. There we go. I'm just gonna get ready to tune the offset if I need to. I do a purge line. I do. I don't know exactly where they're sourcing their textured plates, Jeremy. Maybe Energetic. They're very similar, but I don't know. Maybe the same place the Energetic gets them, you know. I don't know if Energetic makes their own or not. Let's see how well I did the probe offset. Oh, I guess I didn't have a... I guess I did not. It's not going to... I'm letting it go to purge the... It's still got some of the silver PLA that I had in there, and it hasn't gotten to the ABS yet. And it is not... not low enough. It's not sticking. So let's stop the print. Let's keep our bed temperature up though. I'm way off on my offset. So I grabbed my MMU, or the last time I was messing with, got a lot of PLA. on that. It'll be fine. The last time I was messing with my switchwire profile, I was using the Y splitter, and I had removed my purge line, it looks like. We're just going to send it again, and I'll just keep adjusting the Z offset until it sticks. This, oh, it didn't. I got something going on. I want to take that foil off the sensor. I don't know if it's affecting it, but could potentially have a bad sensor too. There's also the reference point. I might have something wrong there. Shouldn't there be a... Where's the bed mesh settings? Where were the bed mesh settings? That's probe. Where's the mesh? Are they up here? Okay. Am I just getting tired? Yeah, the reference index is what I was talking about. It's probably not set correctly because I changed the mesh size. Oh, but there it is. There, it isn't set. Arr. The relative reference index isn't set, so... Oh well. It just means that I have to set a larger negative Z offset. I'll fix that. Yeah. Yep. Let's put this in here now. We're just gonna go with it and all. Why isn't it extruding? There it goes. It's just not... Doesn't seem like it's making enough difference. Actually, it might be sticking just enough. Yeah, I think it might actually work. I don't know if we'll get... Yeah. I think we can let this one go. Yeah, Zen. So far I seem to be okay with my eyes and my regular reading glasses. And light. Lots of light. So I have this guy. Nice little Coast rechargeable pen light. See you, Sanity. Good night. Yeah, this printer is gonna stick. So I had to go to negative 0.565 on the Z offset. I'll reset all of that and do a new probe calibrate after I figure out what's going on with the probe. See if I can twist this around. What is that that's reflecting? Alright, maybe that's better. It's ugly, but that's just the skirt that's ugly. The magnets are not influencing what I've just done. Not having the relative reference index is probably a big part of it. At least it should be. When you're looking at the magnet influence, it's going to be very small. It is not nearly as loud in person as the microphone is probably picking up. It is. This is. I mean, you guys heard. Anybody who was here for the Trident build with those 60mm steppers was really loud. This, to me, is not bad at all. But I bet you the microphone is really picking up the noise. I don't know how bad it is for you guys listening, but yeah, it's sticking well. It is making some interesting noises, isn't it? A little high-pitched. But it's printing! Woo! All the reflections, though. I never took the stuff off this camera. And it doesn't cover that anyway, it had a hole. I do have a Prusa S-Tickle That's about the same. Maybe this might be just a tad louder. Helps a little bit. Yeah. This is louder than my V2. I think it's almost a toss-up between my V2s and my Tridents, though, on which one's quieter. I'm really happy with the noise level on all of my printers now. But honestly, this is not bad in person. I could sit there at the computer working, doing whatever, and with this going, and it wouldn't bug me at all. And then just as that's going, these are the speeds it's running at, or theoretically running at right now. So it's 100 on the perimeters, 60, 60, and then 120 on infills. Oh, I got the. So we have a CR10 S4 at work, and we bought it about 4 years ago, 3.5, 4 years ago. We bought it to print a big model of the Oroville Spillway, and I just got it up and running again the other day, so I could print some. We moved into a new building, and the cubicle walls are wider than the old ones, so I was printing little brackets so our nameplates can be hung on the new cubicle walls. So I got that going, and that thing is loud. And it takes forever to heat up. It's a 12 volt system with that 400 millimeter bed. It takes a good at least 20-25 minutes to heat up to 60. Just to 60. Yeah, it's rough, and I don't know if I can get it. It doesn't. It really doesn't go much over that. DJ Natty doesn't go much over 60. If I had to pick one of my printers, I'd have to pick the Trident. I designed much of it. I can't say I designed the whole thing. I took bits. I took bits from 2.4. I took bits from other things. But it is my assembly. So if I had to pick, I'd pick my Trident. Jaeger, it's a work printer, so I considered that, but I don't think I want to throw an AC bed on that. I'd rather build the justification, because we've used it also for printing models of planned changes to structures to facilities, and it's really handy for the engineers and folks to go into a meeting and have something tangible that they can show someone and show what changes they're making. As we continue building those cases and using it, then I'll probably be looking for a different printer altogether, something a little higher end. I don't know that there's a 400 millimeter 24 volt bed out there, but I haven't looked either. It's been a long time since I've looked. If we do a bigger printer, or not a bigger printer obviously, but if we do another printer, it'll probably be a commercial with some sort of support. I don't have anything here that I've printed at work or for work. I guess potentially I could order a custom Kinovo 24 volt 400 millimeter heater, and that would improve things, convert everything else over to 24 volt. But I wouldn't want to go AC bed on something that's, especially a bed slinger at work. Aren't the Maxes like 350 millimeter though? The CR10 Maxes? Yeah, this is going good. Can't believe it's almost dark outside already. I did put a ages, a couple of years ago, I put a one of the Bondtech direct drive, the whole CR10 whatever thing that they used to sell. I put one of those on it, so at least it's direct drive and all metal. Who sells textured print plates, Prusa-like, for 3 to 350 millimeters? I think Energetic is a big one. Otherwise, you're just searching. You're going to find Triangle Labs. You're going to find all sorts of different ones at different quality, different types of texture. The stuff I've used... So my number one on my list is the Prusa plates. All the Prusa plates are number one on my list for what I like to use. But that's at the Mark III size. The Matter Hackers, they used to make a 300 millimeter plate that was black. I still use that. I've got a year and a half worth of printing, and it's still going strong on my one printer. That's a one I really like. I have a Triangle Labs that I use on the Purple Trident because it's a 300 millimeter build. I don't like the texture. It's too muted. And it's a little too glossy. This Energetic, it's a little rougher texture, but they seem to be working okay. I'm using my other Switchwire build plate on the orange Trident right now. I really like the matte surface of these V0 Energetic plates. They're textured one side And this isn't really this is like a satin or matte surface. I really like that. I personally do not recommend the Ultistick stuff. I've had several of their plates. I've had to send several back. I've had to send a couple back. I've kept another one. They're inconsistent in how heavy the texture is put on, so you'll get glossy spots in some areas and textured in others. And their customer service, in my experience, has been atrocious. They act like they're great. They tell you they'll do all this stuff, and then you won't hear from them for weeks. So I don't recommend anybody deal with Ultistick from my own experiences. I still use one. I have one on the Legacy. I think the Ultisticks, if they were consistent where they obviously have been sprayed on properly, they're decent. They're a little finer texture that I like, and it's a fine but more spread out texture. But every plate that I've gotten from them have areas where it was sprayed on thick to where there's almost no space between the bumps in the texture. It's just quality control. It's one of those things where the impression I got from them is that it wasn't a problem. So if they're not interested in fixing it, I'm not interested in buying their stuff anymore. Moving along. Quality looks good. Zenbender, the Triangle Labs plate that I have, I think is a black powder coat. It is fragile. I've had good luck with it, but where I had the nozzle too close in the corner for too long, it's down to shiny metal right there. I don't expect it to be a long-term last very well, but I've had things. I printed a lot of this printer on it. I printed a lot of my orange Trident on it, but I need to find a good 300 millimeter build plate that I like. DJ Natty, my biggest printer is my original V2. It's right here. The frame is a 320 spec, but I use a 300 build plate on it, or textured sheet on it. And that's because I had a CR10 at the time, and I wanted a 310 millimeter printer so I could share plates between them. And then I wanted a little extra room to be able to hit things like nozzle brushes and stuff. I don't recommend anybody do any printer build unless the size is a multiple of 25. Because doing 320 meant that I had to cut 5 millimeters off my 375 millimeter rails. In terms of table space taken up, I think the Switchwire is the deepest on all of them. But the V2, the 320 V2 is going to take up the most space too. Thanks for coming, Jaeger. We're going to end the stream probably when this finishes. We can keep chatting until this print finishes. It's probably another 15 minutes. That skirt is nice and ugly, but the rest of it looks good for throwing together a tune. Did I miss anything? Yeah, so the rail length is an issue when you go off spec, and then the skirts. I had to model my own skirts for it. So, Andrew, for cutting the rails on that, they're the black robot dig rails, and since it was only 5 millimeters, I just took them to my bench grinder and slowly ground 2.5 millimeters off both sides, just to keep everything centered and even. Zenbender, the printer accent parts are stellar blue. We're printing in KVP fluorescent blue. The steppy we're printing. John, the next big build is maybe going to be a V2. I'm not sure how I'm going to manage that one, because that one might need to be built in a fairly short period of time, so I don't think I can take 6, 7, 8 weeks to build a V2. If that happens, then I'll probably be doing multiple streams a week working on that. Hey Johnny boy, I'm doing well. How are you? Oh, that would not be fun, Andrew. Trying to do that with a flat file. Just plan your build so you can get an off-the-shelf part. Yeah, this is going pretty good. DJ Natty, I will I'm my V2, my 320 build V2 has all the revision stuff I'm working on it. So that's all going to be done here as soon as I get some time to finish up the CAD. See Bear? Yeah. This 6 hours. That was not what the plan was. Oh well. It is done, we had fun, and it's working, and it looks good. It's 100% done. Well, we won't remember that we have a input shaper tool to try. Maybe that'll be a quick build. Yeah. I'm not going to try that today. No, it's 25% infill, low tech. That's tickle. Moons is a good quality stepper. They're expensive. I would say they're way more than decent enough. They're supposed to be really nice. Although they do OEM for a lot of companies. You'll find some Moons on some Crealities even. So I don't know how those compare to when you buy a Moons as a brand, but Moons is a good brand. They're just probably in the Gucci realm. Hey, I did finish it though. I said finishing the build, and we finished it. We are done. It is printing. So I just got to get better at these estimates, apparently. The title is not a lie. You just have to sit around for a long time. I'd like to say I'd like to go through and put some timestamps for the key points in the two streams, but I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to do that. So is KDB? Oh, okay. Awesome. I'm glad you've gotten something out of it, KDB. This is. I don't remember my other Switchwire making these particular noises either, DC. It's kind of a almost digital video game type noises. I'm sure the microphone's picking it up a little different than I'm hearing it, but I'm hearing a bit of it. I'll just make Timit do it, Sandy. I'll put in a special request that he review it. So my recording setup is very hodgepodge, built over a bit of time. I'm using a GoPro Hero 9 for the main camera, this camera, and it is connected with a what is that? The Camlink 4K from HDMI to the laptop, and then I have one of these cheap. Oh, I still have the box. This thing off Amazon. Compact on-camera microphone, and it seems to do okay. And then I have two C922 webcams after my 615 or whatever it was I had was causing so much trouble in my early streams. It is playing its song, the song of its people, that's for sure. So, you're right, KDB. I noticed that the default config here has the microstep set to 32, which seems a little high. We usually set things to 16. It'd be interesting to see, you're right, it'd be interesting to see what that, how that makes a difference. And one of the beauties of the new stepper configuration, newish, is that all you have to do is change one value there. You don't have to do any math. Change the 32 to 16 and you're done. For my cameras, I do have the go-ahead to get a camera that my wife and I can share, her for photography and me for streaming, so I'd be able to find something pretty nice. Then figure out how it integrates and maybe use the GoPro as the overhead view or something. That helps or not. Not really. going? 34 minutes? It's at 90%. Yeah, it's 90%. I don't know what the default is for us or our regular config for interpolation. Yeah, full steps would probably be fine, Andrew. That's at least something worth trying. It's doing the LDO logo at the top right now. This was the first big project, the first printer reveal after I joined the design team. So it was a lot of fun going through the process and building it very early on. Having this pieced together frame and gantry that just started printing PLA. We got 98%. Still got over 30 viewers. That's awesome. I think we averaged in the 40s or low 40s. So Project Manifold Sanity was a it was going to Ender 3 based, just kind of a Voronifying an Ender 3. So it just didn't get enough traction. Zenbender, my original Switchwire was a Prusa conversion. So because I had two Prusas at the time, and I used one to build my first the Switchwire. Now after that, I rebuilt that Prusa and sold it to a friend, and built the Switchwire back with other parts. I recommend checking your local market. If you have a Prusa that you want to convert, I'd probably recommend checking the market, because they have a pretty high resale value before you decide to scavenge it for parts. If you have a working one. I went through and printed all the parts, reprinted all the parts for him in ABS, and set it all back up, updated the firmware and everything, and he's still using it and he loves it. But it will work. I mean, a lot of the parts you can use. You can save quite a bit, but I think you would probably get more if you can find a market, if you can sell it. Okay, so this is still pretty hot, but I bet you it'll... Turned out pretty darn good. Let's see if I can... Still might have been hard to tell through the camera because that's all I'm looking at it right now. It might have been a little high still. Oh. But that is pretty good. Let me actually take a look at it myself. Where did I put my glasses? Where did I put my glasses? Maybe I don't get to get a good look at it. Yeah, a wee bit more squish for sure. Huh. I don't know where those went. Okay. I have major butterfingers. It's ridiculous. Let's see if we can get in here any better. Try to get some of that. Show all. Oh, lots of ringing. Yeah. I don't know if you can, if I can get an angle that'll show that. Well, let's find out. So we'll probably call this. We'll call this at 5:25. That's in 6 minutes. That gives us enough time to. It's a press fit. It's not perfect. Bit of ringing. Yep, but no, but we haven't tuned input shaper yet. I don't know how. Maybe I can push this through with a. These zip ties are a little flimsy. Did I put glasses in a parts box? Oh yeah. What a great memory. Good job, John. Ah, now I can see. Holy ringing. Oh yeah. I didn't pay attention to what axis that was. I bet you that's the y-axis. Because it's definitely worse on one side than the others. See if I can get this to... If I can get this to go on there. There we go. Maybe I can get something to... There we go. And that's a steppy. Nice. No problem, Tony. I hope you enjoyed. Backpack trophy, yep. I'm gonna leave this right like that. I don't know if this is supposed to go. Yeah, it goes in a little bit more. Thanks, John. Step by step if you had two. Give it away with the printer. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Second prize. Glad you enjoyed, Steven. We'll be back. I think the plan right now is Trident wrap up, and that'll include installing the LED lights in Trident, going over some of the things that, like the problem I had, the skip step stuff, running it on camera so you can hear how quiet it is now, and oh, and the Mandela kinematic bed mounts we're going to install. So, and see how that goes. I've test fit them, but it wasn't. I had to do. What do I have to do? I didn't want to run them as part of the build stream, so a wrap up stream though works well. So I'm installing the bed mounts on the Trident. So is that what you're talking about, Sanity? The kinematic mounts? I'm gonna put them on the Trident. So, and I mean, to be honest, my purple Trident that I built in January. I've never run a bed mesh on it. I have a Mandela 300 bed, and it's spec mounted, and I've done, just last week I did a full plate print. So so far, I haven't run a mesh on the new Trident, on the orange one. It's still flat. I haven't done a full plate, but I haven't had any problems in the size that I've been printing. So, oh, yeah. So at that, we're gonna call it. Thanks again for everybody who is here, and anybody who can, I'm really gonna try. So I'll try to put up a schedule a stream, and I'll try to put it up a day or two ahead of time. I'm gonna do a quick build this week, but otherwise I'll see you next weekend. Take care, guys. Thanks.